Good morning. I think it's Monday. I'm pretty sure of that. It's the 20th of April, 2026. Good morning. And I'm on the wrong one. It's Monday. Sure that. And welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, which is a live stream from now, 8 o'clock in the morning every trading day until 1500 every afternoon. That's the cash market. See if everything's going along okay here. I'm just kind of a little behind the curve this morning. I apologize. Seems that the stream is trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. Yeah. So the purpose of the stream is that I don't multitask very well, and the idea here is that, excuse me, I capture everything that I'm watching on my screens in my charting package of IRT or Bookmap, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. That's how the whole thing works. And then because I stream to YouTube, I'm able to review the stream on any device, and that is really handy. So I don't have to be, I can remain focused on the market rather than on typing and screen snaps and those kind of things. I'm going to need to step away for 1 second here. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm a little behind the curve this morning. Yeah. Anyway, this is my virtual journal. It's not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed or, intend to do that. However, I do say that any trades I place here on Bookmap are live in the live market on my live AMP futures account. So they are real time, real money funded by me. Now, and along that same line, any trades that are placed in by IRT with the back testing or forward testing trading systems that I'm developing are within the IRT simulated environment. So big distinction there. Okay, let's see if I can get up to speed quickly. Numbers and reports. Ironically, I think one of the first times I've ever noticed is there are no, what am I doing here? What happened to that? Oh, I know what's up. There are no American-based reporting here, or U.S. numbers this morning. Interesting, huh? And it is important to point out that we are in earnings season now. So it's starting to ramp up. There's earnings reporting just for today. Pain in the butt, but every quarter, what are you going to do? So this is my older of the two news sources. I kind of liked it because of the format for snapping and pasting here. It was easy to read. And also the fact that they only report traditional economic numbers and reports. Also, if you notice that the event titles changed to a URL, so if you don't know what core CPI year-over-year for March in Canada is, you can click that button go to that, follow that link, and you'll be able to read all about it. This is free because of all these ads, you'll notice, and you can filter for whatever you want, wherever you are in the world, doesn't matter, or reports that you're interested in. I try to keep these sources free so that they're available to anybody that comes through the stream. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, but at least these news things remain free now. Since they have remodeled the investing.com, it has gotten quite bad, in my opinion. All of a sudden, there'll be something throw up here that you can't get rid of that is, some sort of advertising and whatnot. It's really disappointing, but this is Financial Juice. It is also free. There's basically two formats here. This right side or left side is a calendar function, and the right side is like a squawk box. The thing that I appreciate about Financial Juice is that they will pull non-traditional economic things. Trump's going to give a speech where there's a press conference or something like that. They'll frequently, not all of the time, but frequently they'll pull those events in here so that we can have some heads up of a potential risk to the auction. And in today's world, we are, as traders, retail traders, we are essentially risk managers. Your primary objective as a trader is to protect your account or preserve your account and then grow it or by compounding. Well, if you're not aware of risks that are potential risk to your account, it's pretty hard to manage that risk. So it's not a political statement. It's it's a truth in this, just a fact of this environment that we're trading in. All right, enough of that stuff. Let's get on to the pre-market, which is, dizzying. Like, this geopolitical story continues. In fact, my broker AMP, they had raised, based on potential economic risk or geopolitical risk, the intraday or the day rate margins had been raised from 1,700 last night until just a few minutes ago to 25% of nominal from the normal rate, and now it's been reset. But typically that's only done 4 times a year as suggested by the CME, or 4 times on 4 reports as suggested by the CME, but it's happening frequently now because of all this potential geopolitical stuff that's going on. And, the random tweets out of no place at 4 in the morning or whatever else. Crazy. So here we are. First of all, this is my IRT charting. Notice that in the header of each of these charts is a chart name, which is meaningless to anyone but me. There's the instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session. So this is the MES, and there's also this watermark. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ. This is the micro ES high time frame chart, which we refer to as the micro composite. And this is the ES mini market profile chart. I don't change that back and forth from micro to mini. And why I'm saying that is I track also the same configuration here for the minis, but I don't change the market profile. I don't see the need to do that. So starting from the higher time frame, what the hell is going on today? Well, first of all, you'll notice that the overnight is pretty much a balanced distribution. And essentially, we gapped lower on the open. Here was previous or Friday's close. We gapped way lower on the open, and we just continued to chug right up, just taking the stairs, right? All the way up to here. Now, this is by no means a gap. We're going to open in previous range right in this low volume node here, if you look at where we are. But it's basically a balanced market. I think what they're trying to do here is figure out, everybody's trying to figure out what the hell's going on politically and geopolitically, and the economy is pretty transparent. It's bad. So, and getting worse. So there you go. Over here is my higher time frame chart, and this is, as I said before, MES, daily candles, the day session, and the periodicity is 1 day. So what does this mean? Every one of these bars is a daily RTH session. This was Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, that simple. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them to like here, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, and of course high and low and all those things. But it gives me some idea of, the relationship of how and where we're trading. RTH sessions only. Today, here was Friday. So, look at this mess. Gap up, gap up, gap up, gap up, without closing any of these gaps. And I heard, but I have unverified, and this actually doesn't support that. I had heard that we were on a generational streak of consecutive closing green days, up days. I don't think that's true. If it must have to do with this session, because if you'll notice, there's a down day, there's a down day. This is not a green day. This isn't a green day. That isn't. So now maybe they're looking at it in terms of high, higher, but you know what I mean? I don't know. Somebody said that, and I don't think it's true, but at least it doesn't show up in my data. So, as I said, here we are now. This little white nub right over here is where we're trading currently. So we're going to be in previous range, as we can see right up here. What do I think about the open? Well, here's where we open. Here's where we are. Now that is 100% long inventory. And against a huge series of gap ups, what do I think expect is going to happen at the open? I expect that there would be some responsive selling to take profit on this overnight up move. We'll see. Now, the session prices also push to bookmap. And let's look at one other thing quickly while we're here. Oh, These volumes last week, Thursday, Friday, were in the 30s and 40s at this time of day. So this is much more normal activity for the overnight now. This is the percent volume average for the last 20 periods at this time of day. So that's how that works. And let's get over to Bookmap. Now, this is Bookmap, in case you're not aware. This is by charting my execution package. It's a real simple idea. And with everything else I do, I try to keep everything as simple and straightforward as possible. The only thing that I deal with are, you'll notice there's no indicators. The only things that I deal with are price action and levels, volume, and probabilities. So starting right to left, this is the micro composite column where I manually enter this all-time high, gap high, those kinds of things. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue today through 1600. And it's not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. I want to be sure and point that out. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is important to me. And we'll go through that in a second. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. I've changed the configuration around. If you're used to being in the stream, you notice that I moved the dome and just have the liquidity or the book, because I was trying to save screen space and maximize my charting area. And so that book the dome takes up 4 columns or 5, including a redundant session prices. So it just made sense to me. I'm going to see how this works for a while. And this is the chart, which contains the heat map. And you'll notice there's no indicators, as I said. There is a RTH VWAP. An ET, a Globex VWAP. There will also be an RTH. This is a RTH mid. There is a POC for both the RTH and the full session, and POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And what does that mean? It means that right over here, the most contracts have traded in the session, which is about 3,500, I'm guessing, because it's splitting the difference here. You see this big mark. So the very second that one of these other prices levels trades more contracts, this yellow line will move there. Very simple. The rest of these lines and levels over here are just an extension of the session prices. One set of levels which sometimes confuse are the IB, H, and L. That stands for initial balance, high and low. They are, I think the confusion often comes from let's see if we can see the low or see something down here. Well, there's the IB high. I think they're confusing because of the naming. It's IB high, initial balance high. What the hell? Who decided that was initial balance of anything? Well, it's an old market profile term. And what those values really accurately represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more complicated than that. So let's look at the statistics now while we have a minute here before the TLab snap. The first thing I do with the statistics, the statistic opening type, is to determine what that is. Well, it's very simple because there's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? RTH close right there. It's lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH high, and the RTH low is down below us somewhere, so it is in range. So the first thing I'm going to do is change the column title to the expected open type, which is going to be lower in range. We just figured that out. I do that so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can instantly tell are open. That's why I change the title every day. Then we need to get rid of the statistics from Friday, and we'll go to the statistics study and get the new ones. Now, quickly, before we do that, I'm going to do something that I always do every morning at 8:20. I hope I'm ready for that, which is the TLab snap. Have that open. Yeah, great. Sorry. This will just take me a second here. Wow. Okay, the TLab snap is the TLab, I should say, is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And every morning at about a little around 6, I post a screen snap of the reports for the day. And every day at 8:20, I post this, which is to give anybody over there a leg up on what numbers they may be missing or may need or be interesting. You know, naked volume points of control, the relationship of the various sessions and all the numbers you could figure out. Now, the TLab is a bookmap, as I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room. And it's started by Tom B., who's been trading for like 47 years. Started early in his career as a money manager and whatnot. Excuse me, whatnot. And has traded his own account for I don't know how long, but successfully, I'm assuming, by his lifestyle. And not ostentatious, but, you know, he's been supporting himself for 46 years. So I guess you could say he turned the corner. And I believe that it's it's the only site that I recommend at all because I think it has value. And I spent quite a bit of time in there recently, you know, until I started the stream, which is essentially a suggestion from Tom to narrate and focus on your own market rather than, you know, yucking it up in a Discord site place or whatever. Now, the TLab is not a trade calling room, nor do they trade live, but good advice, good people. You're never solicited for anything, including a bookmap subscription, which is pretty amazing in today's world, considering it is, you know, it's provided and funded by Bookmap. I'm sure they would like everybody in there to subscribe, but, you know, you're not solicited to do so. So there you go. Because I spend a lot of time in there and I have a lot of friends over there, I feel I don't know if it's an obligation or not, but I feel happy to make those 2 snaps every day as some contribution. So there you go. That's the TLab. Now, the next thing that we'll probably need to do that you might agree is important here is to be able to trade with Bookmap. And the way you do that, you must activate the trade control panel by clicking this button right here, the padlock, and then select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. Now, as I said earlier, if you've been around the stream a while, you know that I used to always have a dome up, which I don't have anymore. So the only methodology I can use to trade with the application is the chart. But let's pretend that you do have a dome and start with, if you select chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column right here. You see it's a $ or a pointer anywhere to the right of this line. That would be, you click in there, it's an order or a trade, whether you intended to or not. So it's a dangerous column. You need to be aware of what you're doing. You're trying to move the price ladder or the price scale and you accidentally click over here, boom, you got yourself an order on. The dome, much less dangerous because you have to pick a dome column, buy or sell, to enter a trade, but I don't have that column available anymore, so I'm going to pick chart. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, and I need to do, is confirm that the session statistics is on the correct one, which is what I want. And I'm going to use multi-brackets, which excuse me, is where my risk neutral methodology enters the picture. And this is now the risk neutral 2-lot, 16 ticks. It's been 12 forever, but it's now 16 ticks because of the volatility. And I'll explain how I came to these new numbers in a little while. In order to trade risk neutrally, a risk neutral methodology, you need to, the minimum package size is 2 because you need to have an even number of contracts. So there's the package. And here is the stop loss for the entire package. And you need to calculate that or come to that conclusion long before this time of day, 5 minutes before the open. The first criteria is how does this number, you need to look at your account risk parameters. You need to look at the volatility. That's why this is increased for this instrument in this time of day. Then, however you determine it, assuming that this setting is correct, the first risk neutral scale, or T1, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then you have a runner. You can have a bunch of runners. You can do whatever you want to do. Okay. The next thing that I do then is another thing that I'm not going to select now, but that you can do, which is Execution Pro. And this has a lot of different things you can do. You can scale the break even, you can trail, you can pay up. I don't even know what pay up means, to be honest with you. The only thing I ever use is break even. And I'm going to start experimenting with trail. But there you go. I'll do that myself. So once that has been set in your multi-brackets, notice that I don't need any more of the trade control panel tools. I have the proper package size. I've got multi-brackets activated. I have all of the risk metrics or the trade metrics listed across the top. These can be turned off or on, by the way. And so you can click this button again, which stays green because we've selected trade with a chart. I get the real estate back on my screen, and I have all the metrics, plus I have cancel and close. So we're ready to trade with the mouse or the keyboard, by the way. You could also always trade with a keyboard once the trade control panel is activated. But you have to remember one thing. You must have the operating system of your computer or your machine focused on the Bookmap application, or if I've clicked or been doing something on IRT and I look at Bookmap and want to do a trade with my keyboard, it's not going to have any idea what I'm talking about. Nothing will happen. And the way you set up the keyboard settings, in case you're interested, is keyboard settings, keyboard shortcuts, instrument trading, and that's how I have them set up. There you go. So we're going to open in about a minute and a half, and let's see what the hell happens. This is Blue Boy, which shows just a vertical line that I put on the starting print of each session, and that way I can just scroll to where as long as Blue Boy is visible to me here on the left, I know that I have the entire session in view. So this is the entire overnight session. There you go. Just so you don't think I'm lying to you. Whatever. What happened here? This is not working like I wanted it to. And here, here's Friday's RTH session. There's the ETH before it, and on and on. There you go. Let's see now. Where are we? Well, I think we're pretty much okie dokie. The high and low volume nodes are over here, and you can't really see them. Now we're going to open in 30 seconds, so I'm going to leave everything alone. And I was on the wrong window, and hey, old guys are fun to watch. What do you want? Higher boomers, they're fun to watch. So at 8:30 here, we're going to reset, let's say. Let's see. Hopefully, everything will be okay. . And it didn't reset there, so I'm not sure what the hell is going on. Huh. Well, that's pretty weird. That's one hell of a weird opening, and I don't know why these haven't reset. Something seems to be completely goofy with the clock, as usual. I'll double click this in a second. I don't even see some big movement here like we normally have. What the hell is going on? Huh. Wow. I don't get it. I'm going to reset it manually with a double click there. Well, and this happened, and it happened at the same time. So is this really 50 seconds or almost a minute out? I can't believe it. Well, anyway, Jesus, shit happens. Huh? So, excuse me. This is School Run Monday, by the way. I have twice a week, Monday and Wednesday. I have a school run at 9 o'clock. So I will not be trading, nor will I be letting my cat mosey around on the keyboard and change. Lucky likes to get up here and impress Panda on how good a trader he is. So, you know, so far he's in a big drawdown. Well, wow, right at the top of the overnight. And a real weird open. Look at this. Isn't that strange price action for an opening RTH open on a Monday? I'm not sure what the hell to make of that, to be honest with you. One thing I'll do now, though, is change my RT charting from RTH session to regular. I mean, from ETH to RTH. Excuse me. sleepy this morning. And, I don't know what to make of this price action. It is staying in a 42. Well, I can tell you what's wrong. I can tell you right now what's wrong. I can tell you what's wrong. Dong dong dee dong. Okay. Well, now. Okay, this is a real tight looking range, isn't it? You know why? Look at the scale here. This is really 43 to 53. This is 10 handles. The problem is the scaling. For my visual perception of it, it's still a pretty goofy open, I got to admit, I must say. But let's get this out to 1 point now. That's about 1 point wide. And maybe that'll make some more sense to me. That's one thing I will say about Bookmap is I have a real, I don't know if it's an issue, but you got to be really careful. And you see how I was busy scrolling up and down over here. If I accidentally got over on this side of that line, I've got an order put in there that I didn't mean to do. That's something that you must be really careful about. And let's get Blue Boy. Now remember, this is a top secret, very expensive, NASA developed indicator called a vertical line. There you go. Oh, yeah, maybe not, huh? So there's 8:30 and 2 seconds. Hi, Panda. How are you? I have no idea what to think about the geopolitical story. You know, on the close, I kind of assumed we would have a bigger move, and so did the CME and my broker, because there were all these real encouraging, but maybe not exactly factual posts and tweets and stuff on Friday. you know, Israel will not be bombing Syria, and Syria, and we're Lebanon, and we're going to do all these kind of things, and a bunch of stuff about Iran and the nuclear dust and all that. And both of those countries put out communiques and stuff. What the hell are you talking about? We have never talked about any of this stuff. What are you saying? So I assumed that it was just a Friday hype, you know, some more fake news on the part of our fearless leader or whatever, you know, and that we would have some reaction to it. And I guess that's why everybody else did. And let me make sure the girl's up. All right. Well, we've got a little bit. We pushed it down a little bit more now. No, we're still at flying around a 10-point range here. Right at the high of the overnight, or the ETH. Well within range, actually, you know, not out of range at all as far as Friday over here. And are we going to get any of that responsive selling to take profit? Who knows? Market profile. There's a little blip. Here we are here. There's a bunch of singles below us, but they're way down there. Okay, what have I forgotten to do or didn't do or did do wrong or something? Let's check. Huh. Quite an orderly auction this morning. That's a good thing. $70, $60, $75 is the current VPOC. MCVPOC, I should say. And that's a long way below us here. What the hell is going on? It's got to be crazy data. That's the 17th. Where's the 20th? There we go. Jesus Christ. Not a big delay or lag yet, but I'm going to restart in advance of the school run departure here, just to kind of get everything reset. I've been doing some testing and made some pretty interesting discoveries over the weekend. What is even this? I don't know. Just taking a quick spin through IRT here while I'm busy trying to figure out what I'm doing next. Here we go. And there, and there, and there. And starting at, I made some new, quite interesting. Here's my initial work on a tool which identifies consolidation zones, and then from which can be done a breakout or, a bar trade. It's a little bit hard to see, kind of congested right now. I was trying to get this volume profile over there, but I'm not sure that's working. This is stuff I was just doing over the weekend. This is the usual testing story. This is a 24-hour, the gold colors here, if I can, it won't react probably very well with the gold high and low is Asia, high and low. Green is London, and red is America. And also now I've got a different color over these because this is a B18 test. It's based on an Al Brooks theory. So I'm just trying out different stuff just to see, because I don't just take anything at face value and try to trade it. For example, hey, Anthony, bon dia, or how are you? Or Anton, well, my eyes aren't working. How's everything in Boca, dude? It was a weird weekend here. It got cold, rained like crazy all weekend. Yeah, dark and rainy all weekend long. Anyway, I don't trade anything just automatically. I create a system to replicate and trade programmatically whatever the system is, and then backtest. That's where that's at. This is the IB trade, which has been vetted for some time, and these will be automatically traded within the simulated environment based on the live price action by the system. So let's see where it's next. I'm going to restart book or IRT here. Try to get the lag's already gone. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, maybe I'll leave it alone. Quite a narrow, weird open, huh? AMP raised the intraday margin to 25% on the open last night and kept it that way until about, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes before the open this morning, based on geopolitical risk. It is school run Monday, so I'm getting organized for that. That's great. Yeah, it was raining like stink here, boy, I'll tell you. And it did snow at Denver, but it melted off, according to my son. I found a tool there over the weekend. I don't know if you were around the stream at that point yet, but this identifies consolidations, and I'm sure you can figure out what I'm thinking about here. Is to identify the consolidation, then to code the retest for a bar. I traded a couple of them, and it seemed to do very well. It's pretty confusing looking now, but it's based on it's based on bars, volume, and range, and yeah. So that's obviously there's nothing going on over here today yet. So I'm gonna zoom this out a bit and make it a little bigger. We'll see what happens. Okay. Let's see now. I'm still surprised I don't need to. Hey, Antonio. Buen dia, tudo bem? Crazy times over here. Seems like we made it through the weekend without any geopolitical kerfluffle taking place. And the market was pretty scared about it. But we're still trading at about a 12-handle range here on the IB so far. So, so far so good. My broker had raised the 1,700 last night. They raised the intraday margins to 25% of maintenance, but about 10 minutes before they open, they put them back to normal. They were looking for some sort of a geopolitical, and they do it based on the CME. What the CME says they were looking for some geopolitical volatility to hit last night. I guess the negotiators are going back to Pakistan or something. And I was real curious to see what I was seeing in the news flow was on Friday, all of these tweets about, Israel will absolutely never not be bombing Lebanon, and Iran is going to be given, all of their nuclear stockpiles, and never, explore all of the tweets that was coming out yesterday or Friday. And then I saw several follow-up immediate posts from both Israel and Iran. Well, what are you talking about? We didn't agree to any of that stuff. We've never heard about this before. So I was kind of expecting there to be a big dust-up, but there wasn't. So that's great. Good. That's good. That's a good thing. And this is about a tight thing over here, huh? Oh, wow. Okay, what have we got? 4850. I'm going to restart IRT quickly now so that the lags hopefully go bye-bye before I head off with the school run. This for those of you new to the stream, every Monday and Wednesday I have a school run at 9 o'clock, which takes about an hour. So there's that. Oh, well, wow. There's a new development I'm seeing in the news here. All weekend long, they were talking about the fact that Vance would not be going back to this delegation because of it was too short a time for security and all that kind of thing. And what it says down here is that he's on his way. They're gonna land in Islamabad within hours. So he did go. Wow. So there's a whole lot happened over the weekend I didn't know about, apparently. Yeah, so it is so. Not only is it a precarious and rapidly changing environment, it's when you have to try to be worried about filter out what the hell is true and what's not, or fake news or whatever you call it. It's complicated, eh? Well, let's see if IRT comes back to life here and is lag free. Volume today was normal. It was in the 80% before going into the open. Last 2 days of last week, it was like 35-40% of average. It was real weird. A lot of strange stuff going on, in my opinion, that the market's having to try to deal with. There we go. So here we are, Friday, traded right around this. Not really any responsive selling, so that's, my prediction is not coming true. I'm so embarrassed. Friday, yesterday, gap. At least today is not a gap, so that gap opening, so that's a good thing, I guess. Let's see how the rest of this is working out. I got a new thing I've worked out for to identify consolidations and then that have not been revisited. So obviously this would signal bar trades. That's the idea of a way to quantify consolidations. And this is something. That there. Wait a minute. I don't want that there. I don't want that there. Okay. Okay. Asia high and low, London high and low, Chicago. Oh boy, oh boy. And this is the opening or the initial balance. It gets itself all confused when okay. That looks to be all right. Oh, we're holding in that range. That's pretty crazy. Huh? I hope everything is going good with y'all's trading. I heard a pretty strange thing that I haven't yet to confirm about Top Step. First of all, I did finally get a hold of them on Friday about all this drama. The account that I had been billed for months, which I was not ever able to access, they recognized and are refunding those subscriptions. It was just one, and it was one that I had taken a long time ago. It was like when they were first announcing Prop Step X or whatever it's called, and it was $18 a month. And I just kept it in the background there in case I wanted to go test something out. So they recognized that that was the case, and they closed that. But they refused to do anything about the five combines which I had in good standing and within, you know, all over $2,000 profit in a $50,000 combine, which has a profit target of $3,000, which they closed when they stopped using Rhythmic, stopped supporting Rhythmic. So the girl that I talked to said, yes, we definitely do not support any other software, only Project X, whatever. We won't let you restart your stuff and run. I even said I was never offered the option of you guys moving those accounts to Project X or whatever you call it. You know, they were just closed. And so she said, well, maybe we'll do that and then reinstall your balance. But anyway, she said they wouldn't do that. So there's that. One thing I did also here, which is kind of strange, if you have a live funded account with TopStep, and you blow it or you bust the account, the rumor is unsubstantiated that you're banned from TopStep for life. You cannot ever go back and get another account with them. And several other of the prop firms are apparently now doing that. I have no clue, but I thought that was pretty drastic and pretty counterintuitive for an outfit that's making their money selling combines. But also, it falls in line with the same idea about the platform, and, you know, getting rid of all the other platforms that all the people like me had used for years. Well, I don't know. You know, one thing I know, I've got to get off of this thing and get on about school run Monday. So you guys have a great morning. And I'll be back in about an hour. Hopefully everything holds together. Well, we pushed out the IB high a little bit, so there you go. I guess they're going to try to take her up to settle and close. All right, what's happening here? Looks like we're getting some responsive selling. Still within the previous range, however, not by much. So, well, we've done the IB, yeah, definitely. The initial balance low has been breached. I don't know whether it took a trade or not there. Let's check. Obviously, when you've been away from the screens in the market, you don't just jump in and start clicking the mouse. I don't recommend that. Put it that way. Well, let's see. So this was a triggered initial balance failure or mean reversion off the low, and it was a full stop. A, the B, the trigger. Analyze that in a minute. See what else happened over here. Anything? Okay, so here would be a bar setting up, or at least a consolidation of it. I haven't figured out how to get the profile to work very well here. It doesn't do me any good. I need to get this profile offset from the bar themselves. What I'm looking for is these high and low volume nodes here, or maybe just signal lows, I don't know. I say I just figured this thing out over the weekend, yesterday primarily. That canceled both of those breakouts because it went below and above all at the same time. What is this? Look at that thing. What the hell is going on now? There's this news, 10 o'clock, 10:20. Well, I guess what we're doing here is pretty much classic mean reversions, eh? Completely rear view mirror, of course. Absolutely meaningless, but you have to kind of look at the picture and see what you're thinking. So if you got a, mean reversion there, you're happier in hell, and now down here going the other way. None of what I have no idea how to actually define those things. This looks to me like a bit of a, first we had the big V reversal, which didn't turn into a reversal. Similarly up here we're going into this low volume node. Yeah, it's fairly tradable, huh? 60 to, so it's a 40 handle range basically, and kind of, not a whole lot of craziness, except for this, what the hell happened over here at 9-ish with this big plummet over here. This must have been some sort of news at 9:51, I guess. See if I can find anything in anywhere else over here. Not in there, of course. Oh well, here we go. Now, it seems like there's so many conflicting things going on around the news, and I suppose that's part and parcel of why there's so much confusion. Here are the most recent stuff. So it's highly unlikely to extend the ceasefire. U.S. will not open the Straits of Hormuz. So, do you suppose that Trump would consider bombing the country and keeping this says the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Is this the entire strait? Is this just the blockade of the Iranian ports? Vance isn't going to Pakistan until later on Monday, meaning he won't get there until Tuesday. So we're gonna negotiate the end or a deal on a 47-year-old situation in less than 24 hours. I'm not sure that any of that sounds very clear or possible, or likely. I can see why the brokers and the CME keeps jacking up the volatility. It just doesn't seem to be a lot of continuity there. I'm missing something, but doesn't. I guess maybe I just don't understand the diplomatic strategy. Assuming that there is some. I'm real curious to see what Mr. Barboy's up to over here. Now, this whole thing is predicated around the settings, right? On the range, the number of bars minimum. And we still have one chugging along from earlier this morning right here. The breakout, never got a retest yet. Going for a retest up here now, perhaps. But is that a consequential enough bar? Yeah, I don't know. I've just started doing this stuff yesterday, actually, when I got to this point. And what I did was look back last week and took some of these examples and traded them in replay on Bookmap, and of course, like all of those replays, successful, right? And then just absolutely Rearview Mirror, because I wanted to see what the signals would look like on Bookmap, because obviously I haven't gotten these zones ported to Bookmap yet, but I wanted to see how it would look and plot out over there and be traded. So of course it was great, like everything else. Like everything in that rearview mirror, baby. The old mirror, mirror on the wall story, right? This is another one of my testing ideas. This is based on some Al Brooks stuff, if you know who he is. Mr. Price Action, they call him. He's been trading successfully for 35 years and, selling courses and writing books and whatever else. Kind of a funny guy. But what this boils down to is this is the 20 bar. These are 5-minute bars. His original is 18, and you can go more or less if you want to, and I chose 20 here. And that's what this marker is. That's marking the 20th 5-minute bar since the open. And this is the high and the low until the 20th bar. So it's kind of like the opening range, only different. That's what these blue boys are all about. And then here we go with the low of the RTH session in its normal red color, the green being the high and low of the London and gold being high and low of Asia. The theory being we're taking out liquidity from both of those. So the statistic says, his statistic, which I have not verified yet. After the 18th bar, and in this case the 20th for safety's sake, there is greater than a 92 or 3% probability or statistic that the high or the low or the day are in place. It's kind of a twisty version of the initial balance, but you know what I mean, but different. And what he has figured out is a breakout of that. Now, what he says is that, so if you want to do the 18 bar breakout trade, meaning there's a high probability right now, there's over 90% probability that this is not going to take out the high and would remain in a trading range. I don't think I explained that very well, but you know, I'm thinking out loud as I'm looking here. Well, because we've already exceeded the low here, right? So that would indicate then that there's a 90% probability that that is the high of the day, if you want to listen to that. And like I said, he just quotes these statistics based on his previous explanation of how many, you know, years of back testing he does and his, you know, all this kind of stuff. But this is not my data, so I'm just trying to put together stuff. This happens to be his thing. I have a different one called the fence. I have one, a regular OB. I have, you know, everything I can think of. This is a Wyckoff signals here based on liquidity. It's all kinds of silly crap. Just trying to verify, you know, statistically, if these claims all these people are making are valid or not. I got started on this mission because of the did I see who trade in real time? Brooks? Antone? No, if it's Brooks you're talking about, no. I listened this morning, I was listening in bed and actually slept in because of it. I was listening to Hogarth trade in EU live. I did not see Al Brooks trade live. I believe he does have a daily, what do you call it, live stream or room or something. I think most of his crap is paid for it though, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not doing that. So I didn't see this, no, in answer to your question. And I'm not certainly trading it. I'm just curious to see, once I code these things up exactly as the person says, then I can do my, you know, I can add my little housekeeping, and then I can add the signals, and then I can add the trade management, and I can backtest them. And the big killer for this one is, as far as a back test from my point of view, the risk is huge. Well, just look right here. That's 59 to 25. You know, that's 34 handles. Not points, not ticks, handles wide. So, and his comment is that you take the breakout and your stop goes on the other side. So that's, you've got a 30 point risk. In my opinion, the risk to reward it washes most of these things out. Yeah, I would suspect that. The thing about Brooks and a lot of these guys, Tom Hogarth too, he's looking at a 50 point stop loss on the NQ. Well, that's way out of my, that's a different league from me. That risk is way out of my limit. Now, if you're, if you're trying to pass a 150 prop thing and you're thinking you're, a big shot, that may be something you could do. But I'm trading a live account here, so there is no way I'm going to do that. One thing I did over the weekend, which might be of interest, is I did something here, which is, let me show you, assuming I've got all my ducks in a row. And you and me and ducks. Okay. I put together a risk calculator. And it goes like this. And these numbers are accurate. So, basic stuff up here. If you want the display in ticks or you want the display in dollars, you change this, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If you want to use conservative figures of 4%, 4 to 8, 8 to 12, 12 to 4, then you can put those down here. And this will tell you, based on the account or drawdown size that you enter up here, and the lots in the package, what the risk should be to achieve this 4%, how many consecutive stops there will be in order to burn that account or this value to zero, and what the probability is of achieving those, of having all 25 of those stops hit in a row, based on your win rate. If you put 50% or whatever your calculated win rate is, which I have on my, where'd that go? Which I have here in all my statistics, right? There's the win rate. Wherever it went, there's a win rate for all these different back tests. So you can enter all that. For example, if your win rate is 60%, hold on, 0.60%, you've got a 5.52% probability with this risk that you're going to burn down this account of $1,000. In other words, you're going to take 25 consecutive stops. And if you see something wrong with these numbers, let me know, but I've gone through this fairly strictly, and I think it's correct. And if you want to change this to dollars, you can just go like this, wherever it went. Where did the dollar guy go? So there's dollars, right? So it's $40, and that ties to $40. That's 4% of 1,000. 2-lot package, $20 each. So you've got a total risk would be 40. And so you got to have 2 20s, right? And that's how it all comes together. And therefore, if you happen to have noticed that, what I did here, let's start this back to ticks. What I did was, based on 40 ticks at the 4%, 32 tick risk, that's 16 ticks each on 2 lots. If you happen to be or weren't or care or whatever else. Where'd you go? My multi brackets, I've got a risk neutral 2 lots, 16 ticks. So here is the risk neutral setup for that configuration in the risk calculator. Now here's something that's really important to remember or to understand, just generally. Using this risk neutral methodology, and let's say you achieve T1 and scratch T2, your risk reward ratio is 0.5 to 1 planned, which is pretty dismal. A lot of the stuff that I'm hearing and reading about is, as much as it would fly in the face of what I've been doing for such a long time, go 1 to 1. In other words, if you risk 2 contracts at 16, like right here, then all in, all out, but you don't have the opportunity to go for a runner. So the other option, which I've tried to backtest, and I can show you that, is to, on achievement, the minute T1 is achieved, you scale the entry immediately to T1. Not entry. Yeah, I'm sorry. You scale the stop to T1, not entry. And that guarantees then that you're targeting a 1-to-1 risk reward or potentially greater, because you have the second possibility of the second contract going to a runner, if any of that makes sense. And I did some of those over the weekend, as you might imagine. Every one of these lines is a back test, by the way, for you who are not new. So here is the MES, blah, 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 30 seconds, 16 T1, 16 T2, 64 T3, 16 stop, T1, 16, 64 T2, 2 contracts, scaling to T1 on, and not break even. This would be break even or entry. Scaling to T1, you've got a win rate of 71%. And let's just do that. Oh, come on. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Here you go. So you got a win rate of 71%, and there are 22 consecutive winners in a row, 5 consecutive stops. It's got a $15,290 gross profit over 499 trading days. 884 trades. Interestingly enough, though, trailing it to entry and not to T1, you get a $4,000 bump in gross profit, which is right here. You see what I'm talking about? This is just when T1 is achieved, it trails to entry, not to break even, not to T1. And that is a substantial amount of money difference in those trades. And the win rate is actually a teensy bit higher. The difference here, of course, is there's 94 scratches compared to 2. So you've got 196 stops at $17 average stop, and you got 534 winning trades at an average $41. Your expectancy on this one is 1916, and the R factor is 1.13. So I don't know. These are kind of the stats I've been monkeying with over the weekends. But I realized that it occurred to me, I don't know who said something, but I thought, Jesus, maybe that's the whole problem. Been struggling around trying to figure out what happened to the IB trade, you know? How did that fall apart when it was putting out some pretty good stats? Today is not a very good example of it, but the one value that I never altered was the risk and the basic risk of 12 ticks. So I opened that up to 16 and then went to risk neutral, and there you go. Bob's your uncle. Poof. Not that any of that is an epiphany or that I figured anything out, but at least no, I didn't mute myself. My wife might be doing some kind of Vietnamese hocus pocus. She's good at that. I hope the mic's working. It seems to be. Yeah, I'm determined to make this work. And I'm at the point, I guess if you look at it, I don't know who I was listening to or reading or something. They had an interesting point. It's like, if you're trading and you're not losing money, you're doing better than 90% or whatever of the traders that try, because they blow up, right? Well, I'm not losing money, but I'm not making any. lately because of my risk, stuff. So I guess in a sense, I'm, at least making some progress. This is like, I realize that's like, you don't sweat much for a fat guy, but that's not really a compliment. But you got to take the positives where you can get them, Okay, good. I got to go get some tea or something besides this Vietnamese coffee. I'm like picking up FM over here. Still cloudy and it isn't raining here, but it's still cloudy and weird. Good. I'm glad you can hear me now. Instead of this, except for this kind of a, what was all of this about? Been a pretty orderly auction, huh? Oh, you know what I never got around to doing? Oh, bad little pig. I got all distracted about the, with the TLab and all of that kind of stuff, and I didn't get the daily statistics in here. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, I apologize for that. I'll do them quickly, and because of for the sake of the stream and just to explain, I can go back and enter all of the correct values for the previous things. The percentage of probability that we'll revisit previous RTH close hasn't changed. So, and the same way with the overnight volume point of control and all that stuff. That's pretty dumb. How did I forget about that? Anyway, here is the statistics study, and you'll notice that IRT conveniently highlights the correct statistical open type, but only after 8:30, obviously, only after we open. And they also highlight or change the color of text for revisited or achieved statistics to blue from black. So our pre-market assumption that we're going to, open lower in range, we did do. And the highest statistic here is the overnight mid, which is 82.6, and we've not achieved that yet. Let's go over here and see if we can find that. There it is, right down there. 82.6. And now I'm just going to run down the list and grab the rest of them. The overnight volume point of control is 81.2. And that's right there. And the reason I'm doing these is for the sake of the stream and for the recording. When I go back and, for example, if I go back and replay this on Bookmap or review the stream, these values will be accurately in place and reflected. Previous close is 74.5. Obviously, I can't do, the initial balance highs and lows and that kind of thing because they're no longer current. Previous POC is 68.1, and that would have been naked volume point of control for the 17th right there. Isn't that right? Was it the 17th? Yeah. So that would be right up here, coincidentally right at settlement. 68, which we've revisited. No, we have not either. Come to think about it. Boom. I did mark this in before the open. I always mark the previous POC. It is the naked volume point of control from the most recent RTH auction. What else we have around here? Overnight low, that hasn't changed, 61.1. And I think it's right under over here. Overnight low. What am I doing? It's way down here in the corn patch. And there's the overnight low. Overnight high is 52.3. We did get that one. You realize that this is not cheating, right? I'm only looking at values from the previous RTH, or ETH, I'm sorry, which don't change, right? So, and I think I explained why I'm doing it, so. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. The previous high is 41.8. The previous low go? That ought to be around there somewhere. 61.4 is the previous low. Low can you go? There we go. The previous low is right underneath of the mid and everybody here. You see how it's, the label is here. This particular thing does labels a little differently. I'm not going to add it in there because it's the same as the overnight mid, so down with it. All right, that's good enough. So the stats are in there. I'm sorry about that. We have taken out the overnight or the IB low. The statistic has been satisfied, so that's done and dusted. What are we doing for volume? Well, we're at about 85% volume for the last 20-day periods and 2.5 points per 1 minute candle ATR. What's going on with these guys over here now? I'm all excited to see what's going on. I have no idea what, I mean, I know how the intention I have to trade these consolidations. This is basically, I'm trying to nail down a way to backtest that bar trade. Okay. Yeah, I haven't listened to the stream for a while. And obviously, I don't listen to it during the day because I'm here. Muted. There we go. I was saying I don't hear the music unless I put on a headset. I don't have speakers here, so if it's weird or loud or something, let me know. I'm not sure when I hit the mute button there. I wish this was like my old headset when I was a pilot here, the voice activated. That's pretty handy. It's not. The mic, there's a mute button on the mixer, so. And it's amazing how often I can miss that big bright red light over there. Let's see. So I've got it on 1 point. This is looking like a consolidation, and I would guess it to be about here. Where's the low volume node? There, huh? Let's do a couple of just what ifs here, and let's do this low volume node. And the other one, the upper. Let's see if any of this ties up to anything. Besides, Anton showed me how to do edit drawings. And a stupid thing. I did learn that part anyway. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. One thing I would say here, just, I don't know, walked out of the office, came back, and my first impression, I just marked these low volume nodes right here to here. And to keep the chapter markers up to date with these random things I'm thinking. The reason for those chapter markers is purely selfish, or might help you as well. The stream is 7 hours long. Well, I'm never going to stand and listen or go to bed. One of the reasons I stream to YouTube, besides transparency and full accountability, to, guarantee that I never take any trades off the stream, and that's my commitment. The reason I stream it to YouTube is that enables me to review the stream on any device, in the car or go laying in bed or whatever it is. Well, I'm never going to listen to all 7 hours of it, obviously. So I try to keep a real active timestamps or chapter markers, which is with a tool that I have that's been an add-on in OBS. And that way I can navigate to stuff I'm interested in, or, trades or whatever it is. And those are kept up throughout the day. And then when I close the stream, it automatically generates that text thing, and I put that into the description of the stream. Just FYI, but that's what I'm trying to do and why. So you hear me typing, forgetting to talk, that's it. What I was going to say was walking back in here. Okay, there's a low volume node, and there's a low volume node. So this is obviously a distribution or a fractal or whatever, whatever one you like that resonates with you. But just looking at it in general, that little distribution, there's about a third or a quarter of the whole daily range in it. And it's between the VWAPs. It's got the point of control flopping around right in the middle of it. I would say that's probably a lower probability of a trade for a breakout and a retest, because it's kind of seeming to be where we're trading now. And if you get caught off sides with that breakout and retesting, you can be getting into a trade right in the middle of a real tight trading range, which is, what are we, 30 to 9? There's 9 handles. Well, you got to be pretty good entries to catch enough profit out of that, I think. Okay, Anton, thanks a lot. And recognize that none of this is, let me start over. I approach the markets from a point of view that I am developing my trading business, not gambling or video gaming, and that I believe the correct approach is from a probability point of view. And that trying to anticipate the market direction is a fool's game, because it's a random market. And so that's the premise under which I'm basing all of this stuff, or at least what I'm doing. I wonder if I even put that on there. Let me see. Oh, I did. Did I? Oh, okay, it's in there. All right. No trades have been activated on the 18 bar, or the B18 setup. There has been one full stop on. Is it? Yeah. One full stop on the IB. Am I looking at this stuff? No. Right over here. This is the B18. And this is the new and improved. What am I doing? What I would be thinking here, or the philosophy involved in a bar trade would be, if this is the bar, which doesn't make much sense because it jumped up here and I was back down here again. I guess you could say this is the bar because it's still open. If we come up through here and retest, then look for the move down. One of the main questions about the bar trade idea that I have frequently. Now there's the retest. Do you go short or do you go long? And the answer I receive frequently from those who trade it successfully is in the direction of context. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Now let's have a look at that. What is context right here? Well, it is down pretty much. Because somewhere around here. Oh, there he is. There's Blue Boy. So that's the first print of the day. Traded up quickly, traded off, and we're just hovering now. But you could convincingly argue that context was down. A lot of this trade and volume is below the mid, below the VWAP. Here's our look down, and here we come back up into this bar. Looks like we're poking out the top, doesn't it? Oh, we are. See over here? Yeah, we did go out the top, and that brought this bar to a halt. And here we are at low volume boy up here. Oh, thanks. I'll look into that. I found a real interesting one about market makers too. Wouldn't it be weird if we both bumped into the same one? That'd be kind of strange. I will definitely check that out, Anton. Thanks a lot. ATS. One problem I have with the bar that I've probably talked about a lot of different times in this kind of a context, in this particular situation, which is not uncommon in a trading day, for a long time, you know, since, Jesus, when did I start this? Well, long time ago. 20 years. I, drilled into my head, don't diddle in the middle. The POC is the most actively traded. By definition, the POC is the most commonly traded price, meaning it's the price that is most frequently reverted to and traded back and forth over the top of. So it is the high, by extension, then it is the most likely place to get stopped out. If you take a trade at the POC, talk about a coin flip, right? So in this case, here we have the VWAP, the POC, the full session POC, all within our low volume node, all within our distribution. And all of those things add up to confusing me. And I confuse easy, so, But I'm honest. Now here we are. Here we are with the volume profile going. There's our low volume node. And there's our low volume node. Actually, it's down here, to be honest about it, but yeah, it is down there, exactly. This is just a volume profile. I need to remember how to get this over here. So it's just plotting apart from the bars, but I don't remember how to do that. I know how to do it at some point because that's exactly what's going on here. This, by the way, is the all-time data volume profile of my system. That data goes back to July 17th, 2018. What this black line is all about. And these are the high and low volume nodes within that black line, within that black volume profile. So I know how to do that. I just have to think about it, remember it. Look at that. I didn't see one of those flash off and on before like that. That's interesting. I just barely... I remember that I just figured this stuff out and got it on here this weekend, and this is the first time I've looked at this against live data. And of course, it's so easy to roll back and look at the historical data. You know, it's like I was mentioning earlier in the masterclass lesson 6. Okay, is this free or is this like the reason he makes money is because you pay for the masterclass? Yeah, I definitely will check it out. 26 and 17. Yeah, that makes pretty good sense. That's a little high volume node down there. And where's 17 go? Let's see what 17 looks like. Oh, the bottom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 82.6% probability we're going to take that out. That's the overnight mid and the previous RTH low. So I would say that has pretty high probability, absolutely. And we have overnight volume point of control right there. 82% probability. So we have every indication that this market ought to want to go down there and say hi to those guys. But it isn't doing it yet. Oh, sorry. I'm busy talking and not doing what I'm supposed to. Here's what I was just saying. Here's our overnight volume point of control, and here, which is here's the 17, and there is your 26 is right up here at this little volume node right here, which would be this guy. This guy. Cool. All right. Yeah, I was just kidding, but I will definitely check it out. Oh, I got something for you. Edgeful. We were talking about Edgeful, and coincidentally, I bumped into. They have a live stream that they do periodically, and even Alec, who is the founder of it, in the one I happened to listen to over the weekend, was going, you know, it's just amazing. I look back at even just 6 months ago at what our application looked like, and it's just a joke compared to what it is now. And I had that feeling by watching what they were doing in this stream, because what they do is refer to probabilities and all that kind of stuff as they're talking. Him and a South African guy, actually, which just brings back fond memories here in that Boykie accent. Anyway, so I just thought, what the hell, why not, you know? And I happened to be looking on one of my Gmail accounts a long time ago. I have a few of them, and sometimes I have one in particular that I'll use for random logon, you know, random sign up for stuff that I think may not be permanent, and I don't want to be bothered by them. And I happened to look there, and there was a bunch of stuff from Edgeful, one of which was from the co-founder that you know, this goes back 6 or 7 months. You were one of the original supporters of Edgeful, and you used it for several months, and you stopped your subscription. can we schedule a conversation with Alec, the founder, to figure out why, whatever. So I just, by the co-founder, which is a woman or lady named Sabina. So I just sent her an email and I said, well, I told her what happened. My career folded up and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And I needed to, I was trying to cut back expenses and I hadn't really used Edgeful a lot at that point. And so I dropped it. But I've seen it recently and it looks like great improvements. And, if they would be receptive to me, reinstating my grandfather rate, whatever else it is, that'd be really great. Otherwise, have a great day, and you're doing a great job with your thing. And I forgot all about it. I sent that last night, yesterday over the thing. I got to think, oh, I'm so sorry to hear about that. Yeah, we'd be happy to honor your deal. You just let me know, and I'll reactivate your grandfather rate, and you can go on. So, within a day or so, I'll be able to have Edgeful and all the new things they've done, which seem to be quite cool. And we can go over them on the stream. Ask questions, probabilities about setups, all kinds of stuff like that. And of course, I'll share it completely with you guys. So that was kind of nice. That was kind of nice. And it, we can investigate it together here on the stream. But what I have seen recently, some amazing changes compared to what it used to be. And why it wasn't that interesting to me at the time, because I was getting basically the same stats out of the statistics study in IoT, but not now. Completely different. So we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. I was real happy about it too. For the fact that I think it might help our trading here. Yours, mine, and Anthony's, and whoever. The point of the stream, as I say as often as I think about it, is not my way or the highway. This is a collaborative effort for everybody to achieve that consistent profitability, so that we're all breathing easy. I want to get that done while I'm still breathing. I'm running out of date. I'm on the final glide path here, so I need to get it done quick. You young fellas can, you got more room to circle the pattern than I do. I'm on short final. And my wife is coming here waving at me. That usually signals something wonderful going on in the kitchen area. So I'm really excited to hear back from her and get that opened up, and then we can all explore it together. I tried something I've not done much of, which was to make a recording. Remember when I showed you how to activate Rhythmic in admin mode, so that it would automatically sync the server, the local machine time clock, to the Rhythmic server? I did a quick video about that, and I think it's in the channel and public and whatever else it is. So I'm gonna, if that seems to be okay, and I didn't get a chance to listen to it myself. I just did it yesterday afternoon late, before the market opened, actually, because every weekend I do the updates and reboot all my machines and do all that stuff, and then put everything on delay for another 7 days, so that I have everything restarted and rebooted and whatnot else for the week. So I'll listen to that recording, and if it's still reasonable, then I'll do one for the back testing stuff, so that I don't need to go through that every day at 1400 and be mind-numbingly boring to anybody that's heard it a zillion times. But it's important, I think. Well, here we go out the top of that. Now we've gone out the top of our, here we go. We've gone out the top of the distribution. And my initial question I'm sure, come back to haunt me. So we break out, we retest. Do we look for a breakout to the bottom in the direction of context and retest? Breakout, retest. If it only breaks out one way and retests, will that, what would be the direction to trade it, down or up? And again, the responses from the guys who trade it frequently is not a unanimous idea. It seems to have a lot of discretion. I tell you another Al Brooks thing I heard that was pretty interesting. That discretionary traders will always outperform systematic traders. I'm not so sure I believe that one, but that was a statement for sure. I would think if that were the case, that all of these high frequency market makers and everybody else who have now pretty much unanimously moved to algorithmic operations would have stuck with the discretion, but maybe it's got to do with a different time frame and a different level, I don't know. Well, there's the breakout and the retest. Sorta. There. Of this one, anyway. Evil genius. She's figured out how to make all these wonderful smells come wafting across the house and down the hall to my office. Killing me. Yeah, at some point, I have a Discord, a risk neutral Discord thing, we could, at some point, if it's worthwhile, we could jump on the Discord and do a live thing, and go through those things and say, well, what about this? Or let's look at that. I'd be happy to do that. had a few sessions like that with different people. Not necessarily about that, but Kiloton used to want to do that a lot because he was having a hard time figuring out about this, trade, emotional, monkey boy stuff. Haven't heard from him anymore, so I'm assuming it's working out for him, and he spends a lot of time on TLab, so I'm happy for him. That's a really good deal. Well, there we are. There's our... Now, if you want to use some TLab stuff, there's a mid VPOC to mid VWAP to VPOC reversal, and, a bunch of stuff like that. And if, assuming that you took that, or that I took that, it would be 6 points in the money, so good. And it's gone out the other side of the consolidation over here. Or is it a breakout and a retest and and then they're going to come back up and retest again? That's what I don't know. It's kind of like the VPOC migration trade, which by the way would be this. Is this the retest? Is this the retest? Is this, how about here? How about here? How about here? Oh, wrong one, sorry. How about any of these is the retest? Is the pullback, and then down. And now we're going to come back up. So do you short it here? You know what I mean? It's that breakout retest story on the bar thing is something I haven't gotten nailed down as I have not the VPOC migration trade. I'm real curious, or anxious, I should say, to figure out how to programmatically define the VPOC migration so that I can backtest it correctly, accurately. Because people that I respect, PK or PJ, whatever his name, one of the guys in Static and the TLab, who's does a lot of trading, lives on his trading, and is now moved to Bangkok because he was half Thai and raised in San Francisco, I believe he told me. But he and his wife have moved back to Bangkok some months ago, and he trades full time. But what we were talking about, Peter K, I guess it is. We were talking about the VPOC migration. He said, I go in the direction, I enter in the direction of the VPOC migration every time. And it's over, statistically profitable. Well, I haven't had that experience. Which raises two questions in my mind. Would he have shorted here, or here, or here? What's his stop? What's his risk? That could be it. Maybe he puts his risk at the, the other side of the VPOC. Those are all the little, the little nuances of every trade that are so important. And I'm certainly, not suggesting that he's BSing or trying to mislead. He's a really nice guy, and I'm sure that's not the case at all. Confident. No, a Rhythmic Trader Pro doesn't have much of a ecosystem around support stuff. Yeah, you can trade options with it and every other damn thing as long as you got the data feed. I don't know, much about it, but I don't either. But for example, there's all the normal things about your trade, and you can put iceberg orders, you can put in iceberg orders and option stuff and binaries, and you can just, if you want to use it as a stand-up charting package and trade off of it with a DOM, no problem. Trade copier they've got going on down there now. I didn't even see that before. And you won't get any support out of Rhythmic either. Sending some sort of an email. Now, the only way that you can get you can get some Rhythmic Art Trader Pro stuff is, for example, with AMP or a broker that they might have some videos about that stuff if they support it. A lot of times they'll do that. I'm not saying they do, and that I know that. I'm just thinking out loud. The thing I was talking about with Anton that I made the short video for is that if you start Rhythmic Trader Pro in administrator mode, then you can set it up that it will automatically sync your computer, your trade machine's clock, to the Rhythmic servers every 2 minutes, or do it now, whatever. That's what we're talking about here, in case somebody is going, what the hell are you? Oh, Boomer's babbling again. Yeah, and here we went, see? There was the breakout. Whoop. There was the breakout. There was the consolidation, breakout, retest, down, back up, and here's another one getting started. So in a tight rotational day like this, I'm not sure that that's a strategy to lean on, you know, depending on your, let me start over. That may not be a strategy to lean on depending on your risk parameters and how you've got your brackets set up. And remember that a 1 lot for 10 points is the same as a 10 lot for 1 point. I mean, I know that sounds obvious, but think about it for a second. It may be more advantageous. I heard somebody thinking of this out loud about this the other day. In depending on the market environment, sometimes it's more advantageous to expect less from the market and lean on size. And where that can make a big difference is in your risk as far as where can you put your stop. You know, a 1 lot with 10 tick target, you can have a 10 tick stop and it's the same risk as a 10 lot or a 1 and a 1, you know. So not sure that made any sense, but anyway. So here we have another consolidation now. And where is this? Where is this? So this consolidation is bobbing around 39s to 37s. 39, okay, same thing. And 31, 37. So we've jumped way up here now. Let's see if I can do what Anton showed me. I think so. Oh, looky there, boy. See, you can teach an old dog new tricks. Look at here. There you go. So this is this new little consolidation that's flopped around over here, I think. If I did it right. 39s to 37s, yeah, okay. This little guy right here. Which is this low volume node to this biggie up here. And I want to, over here. I want to point out the fact from this one to this one. This is driven by these parameters here. The volume is not active at this point. This 100,000 lots is not affecting anything. I have that bit off on the indicator, but less than or equal to 8 tick range and greater than or equal to 3 bars. You can make it 5 bars or whatever you want to do, but for example, this is 4, right? Because it's greater than or equal to 3. The minimum here is 3. And it's just, just trying to see what we can see. It's got some interesting data that comes out, the bar count, the high and the low, the volume, and the delta. There's something else you can do here, which may not be interesting to anybody. I can put a volume profile around each of the consolidations. And it shows high, low volume area and POC. I find it a little cluttered myself, but it looks like this. There you go. I don't know if that's meaningful. I don't think so, to me. But then I'm just getting to know this thing, so. And anybody that's within earshot of this that has IRT, let me know, and I'm happy to share the definition here, so no problem. What are we doing? Well, we're looking to break out by poking our nose up out of here. I think I'm going to let discretion be the better part of valor here and mosey around to the... What happened? I do something? Oh, okay. Mosey around to the... let my nose lead the way out there to that center of heavenly delights. Yeah, it's a little much, I guess, which would indicate to me that volume's a little light. Am I doing everything right? Let's look at the 2-lot package chart only. We got the RNT 216. We don't have any Execution Pro. If I don't have this on the right statistic, I'll be pissed. Okie dokie. Sorry, I was running through the stats here just to make sure everything was in the setup, you know. On the right journal, multi-brackets is the correct one. Making sure that Execution Pro is off. This looks like a kind of a something, I don't know what. Now remember that the range here I've got set at 8, less than or equal to 8. So that means those are ticks. So none of these breakouts are more than 2 points. And that may not be very good. Let's try 3. What do you think? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Jesus, points. Let's try 3. Let's try 12. Ooh, look at here. Lots more action, huh? And like I said, I'm just getting to know this thing. I don't, I don't know anything about it at this point. Let's look at 4. 1 point. You think that's going to work? Ooh. Oh, no. Now, no, can you go? 8. Let's try it back to 8 again. But when I look over here, if we're looking at the current distribution, which is, what a surprise, 2 points, because that's what that thing is set at. Now, the next thing I'm going to try to do here, which I think should be pretty obvious or easy, is the most current distribution here. I should be able to send these values to Bookmap so that it would outline that as I do the pullback and continuation zones from the initial balance deal. So that I'm, the idea is to try to get all this crap happening in one place so I can trade it, which would be Bookmap, because that's where I execute live. Everything that happens on IRT, as I pointed out in the pre-market and try to do throughout the day, is taken within these, find an example of one. Well, here, okay. Is like this trade here. This is all within the IRT simulated environment because I'm not confident enough in my coding wizardry to know that I have this designed correctly to take the next step from backtesting, which is what I do here, no problem, to live trading. So this is within the simulated environment. This trading system is being pushed to this chart. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system. These lines and levels are just custom indicators which I built on this chart to replicate the signal areas in the system. You know, just I want to be real clear. I'm not trying to blow smoke at anybody that this is trading live and I'm a wizard and all that crap. Absolutely not. This is all within the simulated environment, as would be the case for any trade that happens here even if I were to take enter a trade over here, which I could do, it would be within the simulated environment. Be within the simulated environment. I could do it on the dome. So there's that. And here we are. Just a steady trickle down. They haven't broken under into that bunch of liquidity yet from the overnight. We're in the gap up now. One note about the micro composite chart, as I've talked about in the pre-market, these are single daily candlesticks for each RTH session. This was Friday, this was Thursday, this was Wednesday. Here's today. So I only pull a volume profile around them wherever price overlaps. And then the volume profile will then generate the high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VPOC and all that stuff. Well, as we are today, this will be a new volume profile up here. So there'll be a new MC up here at some point after today is over with, because it's overlapping. No overlappy, no overlappy, no overlappy, no overlappy. Got it? Real easy. Maybe not right, maybe doesn't make sense to anybody else, but I want to be consistent for me, because that's how I think about it. And I want to explain how I do it on the stream as to not be confusing to anybody else. What have we got up here now? Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, and you can do that on a lot of charting packages. That's a very good point, Anton. If you wanted to put a volume profile, I don't have any. Well, here we go. If you want to put a volume profile around this little constellation, this bunch of stuff right here. Easily do that, and then it would, which is essentially what happens here. It's just that these are so tight on top of each other. Let me spread this out and see if that. Ooh, that's wrong. That's the wrong out. I don't want to do that very good. Yeah, if I do this one here, it'll just automatically draw that profile. And it puts a POC and the high and low volume node and all that. However I have that profile set up. But I too do not know enough about this to say I could successfully trade it. It worked like like everything else. It worked like magic. Replaying Bookmap and having this thing open on the right, knowing the consolidation and knowing when to expect that wick up that did the retest. But it did, in fact, on a live retest or on a live recording replay of Bookmap, it of course works sweet. But, yeah, it's Rearview Mirror or hard right edge. It's a big difference. And that's the part that a lot of people forget. And I'm almost amazed sometimes at how easily, or maybe it's because, they want it to be true, that people believe that's nonsense, or, trend lines, or some smoking hot chick with a banana in her hand going to tell you how to trade something, or, it's just, I don't know. It's amazing. One of the most interesting phenomenons to me is that ICT guy who is on record saying, I can't trade. I never made any money trading. I made my millions selling mentorship. So this is a guy who admittedly cannot trade, nor do any of his things work, but made millions of dollars teaching people how to trade with his things. I don't get it. I don't get it. And, he said a lot of other pretty crazy things too, but that's one of the most prominent anomalies for me. Because usually they don't admit it, usually they keep going on about how, well, I'm really the best trader in the world and all that stuff. And then there's guys like Hogarth who really trades, I'm sure. And with his risk, all of his, as I've listened to them frequently, his school run, no, what's he call it? Yeah, school run. I think he calls it a school run, exactly. And then he's got this new thing that he and some colleague is called the Espresso, and they're opening range breakouts. They're orb trades. The school run is the high and or low of the second 5-minute candle, or 15-minute candle, maybe it is. I don't even remember. And the espresso is exactly the same thing for the 2-minute, I think it is. Yeah, it's the 15-minute, and it's real simple. It's we can look right here. It's real simple. This isn't it, but hey, same idea. Opening range. So you break out, you go short, and there's your stops up there. Well, Bob's your uncle. That's all there's to it. And the other one is a 2-minute. Now I've got several of those coded up, and I can change them around and put in the different, opening ranges and all. Here's the. Wait, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. Well, that's the same one, but because they happen to be this, all of these I have coded to use a V-pound variable, and they're using that V-pound variable for the opening range number, which is right there. 5 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever. You can do that real easily, by the way. You just use V-pound variables or the numbers, and that's the way you go. Yeah, I'm real anxious to get that edgeful thing, and I am very appreciative of that. I will certainly do my best to say that. Well, there's a breakout big time, or V reversal, or whatever you want to call it, but there's one going either direction. So what was that all about? Are we playing Stump the Trump? Stump the Trump. Okay, whoa, what's that? Sorry. An Iranian delegation will travel to Pakistan on Tuesday. Oh, okay. What happened to all this stuff that it was supposed to be today, and we're going to start blowing everybody to hell on Wednesday, and I don't know. So there's 12:03. This means nothing's going to happen until, and I'm guessing that that's exactly what this was. Yes. Excuse me, I got some stuck in my throat here. Hold on. On mute. Sorry about that. What I'm talking about here is breakout and retest, and the conformational bias tendencies of humans, in that we grew up you're exactly right. Not to break away, but you're exactly right, Anton. It's the consecutive stops in a row. And that's hard to do. And I speak from advice, from experience, because that's exactly what I did. I coded up this trade. I traded it religiously without problem until the consecutive stops exceeded by 25% or 50%, actually exceeded those which had been predicted or planned on or anticipated in the back testing. And then you stop and go, uh-oh, now what the hell to do? And until this weekend, I looked at all different kind of things and had overlooked probably the obvious. Opening up the risk from 12 ticks to 16. And using that risk calculator that I made. I can't believe I missed the most obvious thing to do first. Now we'll see what happens now. But yeah, I was supposed to have 7, and I ended up having 10 consecutive stops in a row, and it's a giant pain in the ass. And you're by definition, once you've vetted a trade, you should not do two things. You should not ever introduce discretion, because that completely negates your back testing. And 2, you should never make any changes to the system until the system is out of parameters. Now, I unfortunately exceeded the consecutive stops in a row. Wouldn't it have been a pleasure to exceed the consecutive winners in a row, of which is like 25? But that wasn't the case. At that point, I pulled it off and said, okay, so what the hell happened? Now, suddenly we've got, this was all of a sudden in consolidation with Captain Marvelous, attacking everybody and blowing up, being, Venezuela, snatching presidents out of Venezuela and whatever else. But so a lot of potential problems there that could have affected the market. based on volatility, and I wasn't clever enough to think about, well, maybe widen the risk. Until this weekend. So, yeah, absolutely. And every back test, which I will show you right here, we're going to back, I think I still have it on 500 days. I don't know. Looks like it. Yeah, okay. There's the max favorable excursion. There's the max adverse excursion. There's the number of trades. There's the profit, gross. There's the number of longs. There's the number of shorts. But here's what we were talking about. 22 consecutive winners in a row, 5 consecutive losses in a row, or stops. So until your drawdown has exceeded that, if you're looking at consecutive numbers, drawdown's a different thing, of course, but if you're looking at consecutive losers, you gotta say, okay, I'm okay with taking 5 consecutive losses in a row to achieve 71% win rate, 1 to 1. The reason this is 1 risk to reward is because I have it set to trail to break even on T1 here. So they're about even. Average loser and average winner is 1 to 1 essentially. But yeah, that's exactly what you've got to do. Absolutely. Good point, Antoine. And that's something that you better think about first, and that should be part of any back test. And anticipate it. If you can't do that, if you're going to shit yourself and run around a room crying, you better not do that. And that's exactly why I'm trading micros. First, I would not have, 5 mini stops in a row is $1,500. 5. Because a mini stop on the risk neutral 2 lot is $300. It's $30 per stop in micros, or $150. So that's the first thing you've got to do when you're in a questionable area is risk down. Get risk off in a big hurry, I think. And I suppose I've gone over this before, but while we're busy talking about all this stuff, why not? So here are the back tests, and they have all that consecutive winners and losers and all those kind of things in a row, win rate, etc. Also, there is the sizing. Now, this is my sizing calculator. Based on a risk-neutral 2-lot package, I will take, when I have achieved 1.33 times the full stop of a mini, which happens to be 319 points, it automatically scales from micro to mini. Math, systematic, and it ain't there yet. When I ran into all these, well, here, look at this. Look at all these stops in a row. Pretty devastating, psychologically. But something else to point out is that there's a big fly in the ointment here, and that is IRT doesn't trade live. I've already talked about that and why. So what I do is when a trade has been entered in IRT, I manually replicate that trade by clicking the buttons over here in Bookmap. So you can just imagine, even if you say that quickly, you can imagine the possible delays, delay on entry, and entry location is huge. So yeah. And here we go. You see here? So there's the, if you want to look at this, there's the thing. There was a breakout. Who can, you know, retest, and what happened? Out the top. All right, that does it for me. It's 12:15. I am going to sashay out to the kitchen and partake. I'll be back pretty quick. I think the music will keep musicking, and you guys have a great one so far. There's the there's Bookmap. Here's the IRT. I think everybody's working okay. Let's see if the minis are up to speed. Oh, come on. Oh, I didn't do this lately. Oh, that's going to piss off some people. Ned's probably having a stroke. I apologize to that. Okay. And IRT. Whatever that thing is. Bookmap. There you go. Remember the concept of Blue Boy. We're 1 point high. And pretty soon, I hope. Yeah, there's Blue Boy. So this is the first print of the RTH session. This is context. This is the complete trading session because there's the first print. And here's live data. Here's the active data column. You see us trading. So that's the entire range in hand so far. I will be back directly. That sounds pretty interesting, Anton. As you know, I'm a absolute donut in the options department. I've never traded one in my life. Well, I think it's going to rain. I'm going to get out and get a little bit of a walk before. Let that quick lunch settle down and then get back at it. Back pretty quick.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Yeah, I'm back for a second here, just reading your notes there, Anton. I yeah, I know. It's a real confusing. What happened here now? Nothing. Okay. I don't have a problem moving my stop losses, and I never move my stop loss away from entry. I mean, I just don't ever do that. That's not an issue at all. And I do feel sometimes quite guilty when I sit like a bird on a wire, and just watch the price come down and hit a stop loss. I'm not sure whether that, and I don't mean to move my stop away from entry. I mean to take the trade off before it gets to the stop. Or in the case of risk management, trail my stop up to break entry and then T1 or however it goes like that. What really frustrates me is when I get, I guess I haven't figured it out exactly, but when I enter at at a poor entry location so that my stop is immediately in traffic, you know what I mean? In other words, the opposite of asymmetrical. That's a real, that's a big problem. And I still don't understand the hedge thing. It seems to me if you put a hedge on, as I understand a hedge, the hedge is losing money while the trade's making money. Well, it seems to me like it's delta neutral. I don't see how that works, but I know you're using options and stuff. So that's my shortcoming here for sure. Lack of understanding. Okay, I'm going to turn around and head out the door for a little bit now. Or right in the middle of this consolidation still. Look at it. I drew these lines when? I don't know, 9:30 or 10. Way back over here someplace around here was the first one. And then the little, the bar indicator, put it here and here. Of course, that's way before this happened or that happened or this happened. I don't know. Oh, IB low. So this might have got another IB. Let's check. Yeah, it did. And it's in the trade short. So here we go. A, B, trigger. And short we go. So now they're short. Of course, I wasn't here and I'm not on the trade. This is the system making this trade by himself over here. How it's going to work out, I have no clue. At the moment, it has not scaled to entry because T1 has not been achieved. When T1 is achieved, if it is achieved, then the stop would scale to entry, I think. Let's check that. Now that I've shot my mouth off, let's see if I know what I'm talking about. Oh, no. This is something I was doing last night, so it shows you what I know. So we got 16 tick stop, 16 tick T1, 64 T2. At 16 ticks, which is T1, it is now going to trail to T1, not entry. So there. And that's, nothing's happened here because it hasn't gotten there yet. I could show that. I don't generally keep these on because they're kind of all over the place, right? So there's T1. There's T1. And there's the stop. Apply. So something doesn't look right there, does it? Well, that seems pretty weird. I'm kind of confused here. I am more than confused. I don't know how that made this change, but there's the stop on the entry. And that's complete bullshit. It's not supposed to be on close, not on the high. You see what it's done? In the backtest engine, it looks at every bar. It doesn't know whether open, high, low, or close. Well, it knows open. It doesn't know the sequence in which the various levels happen. It knows open and close, but it doesn't know high or low. It doesn't know if high came before first or second or last, right? So in order to so this initiated this trade at the high, which is the trigger. Okay, that would be right. You know, letting my mouth overload my ass here. It would be here. And then, but the problem is, if you stop and think about it for a minute, the system doesn't know that this is the high. How does it know? It only knows after the close, and then it goes, okay, that's the high, that's where we went. So it doesn't know that. And that's one of the gray areas here with a bar-based backtest engine, which is the most common backtest engine in the world across everybody. So it's not some peculiar thing to IRT, but that's the way it is. And in the case of a live trade like this, it becomes glaring. And so there is T1, and it immediately trailed to T1. So it's 32 ticks, 1 to 1. I hope that's clear. Or not. All right. Okay, now I promise I'm going to go for a walk for a while, and I'll be back in a little bit. This in the middle stuff is not anything up my street. What's happening over in Barland? Barville. So we're still 1 point high here. We've got this bar going on. This is 2 points or less. I'm guessing that's going to be 2 points, pretty close. And that would be, yes, that's 2 points. And we'll see if we get a breakout and retest it at some point. I have no idea. Oh, okay, I got it. That makes sense. All right. So that makes sense. Thanks. That's what I thought. You know, they're always talking about hedging this and hedging that. I understand how market makers hedge because their profit is made from the spread. So they want to always be directionally neutral and, you know, delta neutral. I understand that part, but how a normal trader that's trying to make money and not making the spread, that's the part I never could understand. Cool. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Now I promise I'm going to shut up and wander around here for a bit. Yeah, I was actually. I saw your I'll be away and I wasn't sure you were back yet, but yeah, I'm off mute now. Thanks. It's starting to rain again. Jesus. Amazing. And great for the country, I guess, but so let's see now. Looks like just been one giant bowl of retail soup, huh? Wow. See what's going on over here in Wonder World. Oh, yeah. There's a really good app called for your phone or whatever that my son turned me on to. Um, it's called My Radar. It's free and it's really amazingly accurate. It'll say, it's based on your GPS location. It should, light rain starting in your location in 4.5 minutes. And sure enough, boom, there it is. It's pretty crazy. Well, let's see. I'm not sure. I got to do something with the colors here because I have a hard time. Kind of obfuscates the candles here. But yeah. So this is a nothing burger as far as I can see. I suppose if you call this a consolidation, it's a breakout and then retest back up and trade that down. But what are you talking about? 5 handles or less? I don't think that's exactly a good idea. This has been nothing all day. Now this, this is in accordance with the Al Brooks, who this idea came from. If after the 20th, his statement is actually the 18th bar, not the 20th. There is a greater than 90% probability that you will have seen either the high or low for the day. And if you take the breakout in this case, that's obviously not the low. This is. So that would say by, deduction, 90% probability that this high of the day will remain. That is a lot like the reverse structure used for in the IB statistic. That if you've got a 97% probability that you take the IB high or low, and there's a 30% probability that you will take both, that means if you've already taken one, means that you could lean on 30% that you will not take the other one. Never worked out very well for me, but that's the theory. Well, there's 32 ticks. And there's 32 ticks loss. I don't know why this indicators. Sometimes this thing plots the session markers properly. Sometimes not. I don't know why. The B should be on one side or the other, as should the trigger. But there should always be two A's. If there's an A, that's A both ways because it's only one indicate. It's only one rule. And this would be a B because the low or the high penetrated into the pullback zone. Now I did change the code that after an entry is taken, there's no B here, right? Which should be right there. And then this is the trigger. Then it stopped out on this bar. So that resets all the flags to 0. Ah. And what are we doing over here? We're in Dojiville, huh? I think the world is really on a big wait and see here with this geopolitical story. Let's see what else is going on news-wise. That's not the news. This is good. 14-year-old girl found dismembered in this asshole's car. Huh. Okay, what else going on? Let's have more guns. Okay. This is like the first time in recent memory that I've been able to leave these this price ladder on one point and have it stay that way all day. Usually I'm lucky to get 2 points, maybe 3 per tick because of the volatility. Whoa, an 18 past the hour. Well, I'll work on that backtesting video and then put links in the description. I guess is better than having to go through that every time. Even though it may be some interesting things in there, I will bring them up. But it's explain the same thing over and over again is probably a little redundant. Yeah, just was looking at ground news. Exactly. Did you see that? I was just looking at ground news. Or maybe I had the wrong freaking window up. I don't know. Yeah, right there. 8 children between ages 1 and 14 shot after mass shooting, dead after mass shooting in Louisiana. Yeah, this place is. And look at this one here. Singer D. Ford, whatever the hell you say that. Charged with the murder of a 14-year-old girl found dismembered in his car. Jesus, And they want to absolve the January 6th guys and released all those people. And man, there is no rhyme or reason to what goes on here anymore. And a number, quite a surprising number of those January 6th guys that were pardoned. Like one of them was just, I saw something the other day. He was crying in court when he was sentenced to life for child abuse. It's like they were the Dixie Dregs, man. Oh, wow, I didn't read the thing at all. 7 of the kids that were killed were his. Wow, Jesus Christ. I was pretty surprised to see the news over the weekend. The ex-lieutenant governor of Virginia shot his wife and then killed himself. Man. There's a lot of crazy going around out there. There is an awful lot of crazy out there. Yeah, it's so nuts. If you're so bad off and kill yourself, But it's like, just do the world a favor. Yeah. Imagine where you'd have to be to get your mind to a state that you thought it was the right thing to do to kill your own kids. For whatever reason. I can't imagine what that would be, but obviously that guy had enough of a reason and enough of a motivation to do it. So he thought something at that time, or she, or whoever. I guess you said he, his kids. Yeah, I don't know. And that did you see the thing last week of some mass shooter in Oklahoma, and that old principal tackles the guy and takes him down? Good on the old guy, thank God. The guy was obsessed with Columbine. Do you even remember what Columbine was? That was that mass shooting by 2 nutcases after supposedly blamed it on the Matrix at Columbine High School in Denver. And that was back in the 80s, early 80s, I think. How can you be obsessed by something that happened 20 years before you were born? That's Jesus, Man, there's too much crazy going around, and then everybody's got a freaking automatic weapon. That's another good idea. And here, of course, in Texas, one of the first things laws they passed immediately was to make sure there was no cooling down period or waiting period or background checks to purchase automatic weapons. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose they might have done the same in Florida too, because of DeSantis, I guess. I don't know. Pretty crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure there won't be any notoriety given to him by anybody that ought to. Well, yeah, I mean, I was born and raised in Montana on a ranch. You know, I had a gun when I was 9 years old, or a .22 short rifle when I was 9. We had guns in the house hanging on the wall, you know, and all over. The one was always in the rifle rack in the pickup truck, all that stuff. There was never mass shootings or people killing each other. It was just stupid. And something's happened, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with TV and video games and that kind of crap myself, but that's just me. Yeah, you know, and I will say something else too. I mean, I had a 270 and a 30-30 lever action and a 32 special lever action and a 410 shotgun and a 12 gauge shotgun and all the guns. It's growing through my life. And my dad had also. But an automatic weapon, you get caught with an automatic weapon, and there were some guys from the FBI that'd come haul your ass away for a long time. That was a big deal. And now they're selling them like candy. It's amazing. Amazing. And I went through hunter safety when I was a kid to get my my hunting license and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know what happened to this society, but I don't think it's a matter of news because there were never any mass shootings that I can remember, for 40 years or 50 years. And it all started happening in the last 20. Why? What else changed, I wonder? Yeah, over here they immediately did away with or whatever, the cooling off period. And the best one I like is you don't have to have any background check or ID to buy an automatic gun. And you can concealed carry is completely legal here. And stuff that was a big, huge no-no forever in this country has been. There's a whole group of people here that have a real skewed outlook, I think. Well, you call the January 6 people heroes, give them all pardons, and want to absolve the convictions by jury. What is that? What message does that send to the population? I don't know. I'm not a shrink, but I'm not sure it's a good one. And doing everything in your power to dodge and cover up the whole pedophile story of, Epstein and Maxwell and that bunch of crazy assholes. Including, what's his name? The Great Pumpkin. And his wife. Oh, Jesus. Crazy, man. It's really a crazy place here. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Completely amazing. Well, we'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour and then the usual wrap up going into the market on close imbalance. And I'm anxious to see what transpires with the other things here, including this, what other kind of work I can get figured out with this bar trade beauty and the edgeful thing. Yeah, quiet day. I didn't really have any anticipation. I thought we'd have a little bit more of an active market, but I guess everybody's just on mega wait and see until the ceasefire is supposed to stop and that this is going to happen and something else is going to happen. Either the news that I hear and that I read is inconsistent, or the planning is pretty sophomoric, because a bunch of yelling and screaming and posturing about how there's going to be we're going to have Armageddon again after the ceasefire, and then without a deal, but the people aren't going to even be in Pakistan to talk about the deal until the day it's supposed to until the day it's going to be over. If you do the math, if they're not even leaving for Pakistan until Tuesday afternoon, means they're not even going to be talking until Wednesday, when the whole timeline's supposed to be up. It just seems like a bunch of short news cycle spin to me. All right, so let's have a look at the. Hold on a minute. Yeah, let's have a look at the market recap here now. Well, as I said a minute ago, there you go. There's the first print of the day, there's the high, there's the low, and here we go. If you were a clever rearview mirror, you could get that. Let me just squeeze these together a little bit. You got that high and rode it to the low, and there you go. I am not that one. I have no trade signals. I would love to be able to identify the swing highs and lows, right? But in reality, by definition, the swing high and low is here. Swing high, swing low. The opening swing high and low. So that's doesn't do you any good here, but anyway. Let's see something that I think is important I forgot to look at. Well, the volume is relatively okay. A little bit, under, but it's been in the last 2 days of last week was down in the 50s. So there you go. And this is the average ATR in points per 1 minute candle at this time of day. Here's perhaps a better way to look at the whole story. This is yesterday's RTH, Friday, I'm sorry. And if you want to be, here's that nutcase string of singles in Yahoo on Friday. Big P-shaped profile, meaning short covering, typically. And here we are with pretty much a balanced profile, essentially repairing this structure right here, if you want to use the phraseology of Jim Dalton. Or you can look at it right here. You just kind of superimpose those profiles together. It's pretty repaired, isn't it? And this is the NQ, MID, or MNQ. These are M, right? So don't be confused. This is the micro tab, and these are the minis, but it's the same difference. Looking at the higher time frame, then we will have an overlapping, so there'll be a new micro composite volume profile up here for tomorrow. Well, it's starting at 1709. I do that during the cutover. And by definition, then we'll also have a new micro composite VPOC up here. We're flopping around over all-time highs, that's what we're doing. Every one of these which is right up there. If you notice on my info box, gives you all the data about whatever candle I'm looking on. I give the cursor on, so that the high there's 71.85.75, and that was on Friday. One word about the investor RT charts is the header contains, besides the chart name, which is irrelevant, there's the instrument, chart type, the periodicity, and the session in each one of these, so you can always tell what you're looking at. And let's look at the important stuff here. Let's look at the snooze. I use two types of news services. One is investing.com, which is getting less and less dependable. There's something connected to this that throws this big bunch of crap up about scanning the computer and a bunch of stuff. Your subscription is expired or whatever. I don't have a subscription to Norton for 40 years, so please. Anyway, that's pretty irritating. They rebuilt the site and it's not functioning very well, but it's still my favorite as far as the outlook and the couple of facts. They report only traditional economic events. You can filter for whatever. Let's look at the news for tomorrow. There are several U.S. news things out, and two of them are Retail sales and core retail sales are 3-star events, major market mover potentials. We can look this week. Nothing much on Wednesday. Thursday, a little lackluster, still jobs, and then the S&P PMIs. And Friday we have pretty much a wash. Michigan numbers are out on Friday. It is also, don't forget, we're in the world famous earnings again. These are the earnings releases just for today. Nothing big there for me to pay attention to, so I don't call attention to them. But yeah, there's that. And you can filter for whatever region or report you care to pay attention to. The reason all these ads are zooming around is I keep it free, so anybody could have access to this resource without having to pay anything. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, but I can, leave these free. The other news source that I use a lot now, I'm going to get rid of that one because I don't like that random thing that shows up, is Financial Juice. And it also is free, but you can, the only thing they have so far is this every screen or so. So that's, you can work with that. You can filter it not as precisely as you can investing.com, and you can't, go to any of these links and see what this stuff's about. But one advantage or one nice part of Financial Juice that I like, if there's some random event that's going to hit with high probability of risk to the auction, they try to pull it in here, even though it's non-economic, like president's speech or something like that. That comments or some event that might give Trump, for example, a venue or a microphone and cameras to make where he may say something. Could be a completely unrelated meeting or event, but would give him the opportunity to say something that might have an impact on the market. And that's super. First, it's great that he says and does what he feels like doing. That's up to him. And I could care less politically, but what I do care about is risk to our auction, because as traders today, in this environment, we are risk managers. Your main job in life as a trader in now and forever time is to preserve your account. Think about it for a couple of minutes. All the money you've spent on your gear in your office, all the time and effort you spend on strategies and indicators and psychology and what, you blow your account up and you can't trade tomorrow. What the hell good does any of that do you? Risk management is the most important thing, because what preserves your account is managing your risk. So, any heads up I can get that might let me know that there's a potential risk coming up, I'm happy to hear about. This guy here is a bad deal here. I'd be real curious what they do with him. He gets $10 million a month, $10 million a year retainer from Druckenmiller. Or whatever, payment from Druckenmiller. There's a guy that's got no axe to grind. There's an impartial actor. And over on the right side over here is where we have a kind of a squawk box or a live commentary. This is where we're going to have the market on close and balance at 1450. That happens every day. Well, there you go. Well, let's look and see what happens over here in the snooze on this thing. It's quite a day, isn't it? Boom, boom. Just now, if you had to look at this with a couple, I could draw. Wait a second here. Let me get rid of the trade thing so I don't screw up and put a trade on I don't mean to. I don't know whether you can draw just a line or what happened. I'm a real donut with lines and stuff here. Okay, I don't know whether this will work. Oh yeah, there we go. Now, as you see, the thing you've got to be careful about, what I was just saying, if I get over here and accidentally click or let that go, I could be in a trade or have an order on. Because this is the active data window. Now let's look at another one. Oh, look at me go, drawing lines. What a big guy. What a big shot. Ooh. You know, lower highs, higher lows. Wind it up, baby. They're winding that coil up, ready to spring for whatever happens, is what I interpret from this market today. Relatively good volume, just a real tight rotation, and pretty much evenly distributed. If you look at the volume profile here on Bookmap, you know, it's got nice kurtosis at both ends and pretty balanced distribution. Look at me doing these lines here, huh? Anton's going to be so proud of the old guy. I learned how to do it. He taught me how to do lines, how to do drawing. Yeah. Funny, as complicated as this, you know, and precise in the many things that Bookmap does, the drawing thing, the guys in Static are still screaming and bitching about the fact that the Bookmap can't come up with a rectangle that continues to move, you know what I mean? So in other words, they want to be able to draw a rectangle around this consolidation right here and then have it just continue to go into the future. What I do is just put two lines, like you saw. Two horizontal lines do that, but the rectangles don't, and that's, or box or whatever, and they're always bitching about that over there. Everybody's got to have something to complain about, right? What else? Let's see here. I want to thank anybody for coming by and dropping in the stream. Please like and subscribe. It's 2 clicks for you, and it's a big deal. Big help for me, actually. I'm not monetized in any way, so the likes and subs are super and kind of what I'm in it for. And remember that I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. That's the 30 minutes before and including the entire cash market. Pre-market, you know, set up all the machines and software and analyze, have a look at the pre-market and establish the statistics usually. And then we trade the open. Then we watch the open and trade the day. So, yeah. Crazy day, actually. I haven't gone anywhere, looked at it in the Static or any place. This would be obviously, as I had marked out early on in the day, a consolidation or a bar right there. I guess you could say the breakout, the retest, but it didn't really go anyplace, you know. Typically, I would be, if as I said, I would be looking for the short. Breakout, retest, short because of the context. So I'm still not all warm and fuzzy about that. And we've got a minute and a half. Let's see what's going on with. Go around the horn over here real quick like a bunny. Well, there's the world famous bar trade. What's up with this thing over here? I forgot what this is. Oh, yeah. This is the fence story. Now, this would have been a beauty. Of course, this one and this one would have been stopped out, like all Rearview Mirror guys. Here's the breakout, here's the trigger, and you got short and, you know, Bob's your uncle. So, wouldn't that have been great? Those kind of things are non-tradable to me because they're all over the board. It's just, I'm still looking at this thing here, trying to see if I can do some good. I suppose there's no range. Now this is 4 handles across here. That's nothing. Basically, this day has, for me, the moves on this day, except for the beginning of the day, have there hasn't been enough meat on the bone, to quote that old phrase, and I think it's pretty applicable at this point. Now it's going to get all balled up and not be able to do anything. This thing has done, there's a real good graphic representation of this day. That is retail soup right there. You can just hear the grinder going and all these little guys that can't refrain from clicking that button, diving in the thing. Yeah, they're trying to. I'm trying to figure out how I can claim a tariff refund and then get the hell out of there. Yeah. That's what, yeah, so all of that money is going to go back in spades, right? And all of the stupidness that happened. I mean, I've tried to block most of it out of my mind, but just stop for a second and remember the unbelievable stupidness of that whole Doge thing. And this, guy on whatever that drug is that killed Perry is, he's hyped up as Christ on the drug, and some kid that was, fired because of impropriety and selling data is giving data away about Social Security stuff. Jeez, it's the most crazy thing I ever saw in my life. And then the whole, tariff story, and it's just amazing. Really. But there's the day. That is a pretty good representation of the day. And this is only the high and low of the first 5 minutes. I'll be sure and point that out. I heard, I hate to quote a statistic that I don't really know, but that whole, besides all the other crazy crap that's come out in testimony about the Doge people and those punk, criminals, convicted criminals that were working for Musk, and downloading petabytes of Social Security data and selling it to people, and just crazy stuff which doesn't make the news, right, most of the time, but it's in congressional testimony. And then he's gonna fire everybody. The first group of people that were fired in basically in the administration that Doge weeded out was 370,000 black women. What a surprise from an Afrikaans. I was amazed by that one. That number, I knew it was a lot of people back there got laid off, but that's pretty amazing. No, well, there we had, I did it again, sorry. There we had the market on close imbalance, and I didn't even see the needle move. This little blip right here didn't even move the needle, but there it is. That was 2 minutes ago. It's every day at 14:50. Here is the market on close imbalance. 155 million buy side on the S&P, sell side 75 million NAS, sell side Dow 137 million, and buy side Mag 4 million. Those are rounding errors to the normal values, which are 2.8, 2.9 billion. I think I actually have proof of that. Maybe gone. No, they're gone. Never mind. So there you are. And we're going to take it into the close. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Remember that Yes, that's exactly right. And guess who the director of Cantor Fitzgerald is? Do you know who the head of Cantor Fitzgerald is, and who appointed both of his sons to the board over the top of people who had been there already? Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor, your cabinet member, Nutlick or whatever his name is, Howard, whatever it is. Yeah, that's the head. He is the CEO or head of Cantor Fitzgerald, and his two sons are right under him. The guy who doesn't have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein except gets a penthouse in Manhattan for 10 and other valuable consideration from Jeffrey Epstein, and will have nothing more to do with him except for going on his yacht to visit Epstein on his island in the Virgin Islands. It is just the biggest. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. I never can remember his name. I guess it's a Freudian slip. Have a great evening. Nice talking to you. It's always a pleasure to see you around. And Anthony, I suppose you've dusted off too, but here we are going into the close, boys and girls. We've got 4 minutes to go. Let me say something that I try to say every day, and I'll even make a thing about it. Where did it go? This is serious also. This is not all kidding aside. It's important for you to recognize as a trader, and I assume anybody listening to this is a trader, that the most critical piece of equipment you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And that's not a joke, that's serious. You know, you look at all the time and money everybody spends on, monitors and DPI and dashboards and software and strategies and all that mentorship and all that kind of stuff. Stop and think for one moment. Your eyes take in all that data. Your brain processes all that data. And you use that data to make financial decisions that affect you and your family. Tomorrow morning, when you come by, we're in the stream together at the open, we'll all do an exercise together. We'll all stand here waiting in anticipation of the stream, and we'll all just close our eyes and tell me for 5 minutes, and tell me how the trading went. You need to spend more time and effort on you than you do all of your equipment. Make sure you're well hydrated. Make sure you're well rested. Exercise as much as you can. A few hours, every hour or so in the day, get away from the monitors, go rest your eyes, get soft focus down the street or over the neighbor's fence in the backyard or whatever else it is, where you can get some focus on, infinity's best. And if if you come into your office in the morning and you're on emotional tilt, throw the mouse away. I mean, it sounds funny, but I'm serious. That is, most traders pass over or ignore the most critical component in all of this system, and in their ability to become or not to become a consistently profitable trader, and that's themselves. Now, I'm not talking about all the psychobabble that usually people go on about. I'm talking about just the basic stuff. Don't be on tilt. Be aware of yourself. Monkey Boy is always going to be with you. It's something that we inherited, right? It's through DNA. You're always going to have FOMO. You're always going to have fear of missing out. You're always going to be risk adverse. That's how we evolved. But what you have to do is be mentally aware of the here and now so that you recognize that. And you don't sit there clicking the mouse like a, masturbating monkey. I mean, it's ridiculous. You are a human, and you have self-control, and I'm sure you're enlightened. So there you go. That's my usual spiel, and it is right into the close. Isn't that cute? And look at us go into the close here. A little closing swing trade right up to the top. Would have no idea about that, nor would I take it. And that's only 8 handles. Not that 8 handles is very little, but that's all that move is. You know, we're used to such dramatic moves through the day in these recent markets, you know, that it's I have to keep reminding myself this is only about $1 apart over here. And there we have it, 7 hours on the stream. So I'm gonna wind things off here, take my own advice, get some help, get some rest my eyes, do some squats, do some pull-ups, and I'll be back tomorrow at 0800. Please like, subscribe, click the bell thingy, and contribute. It's really nice. And it's help, you know. Trading is a solitary endeavor, so it's nice to have feedback from like-minded people. All right. With that, I am going to see you tomorrow. I promise. As old Tennessee Ernie Ford used to say at the end of his show every day, if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, we'll see you tomorrow.